Pray. Almighty God, we bow down before Thee in humble obedience and dependence. We pray Thee, grant us the grace to respect each other this day in all our consultations, that our deliberations today shall take place in the spirit of mutual trust, so that we as leaders shall lead our country on the path of peace and shall find solutions for issues and problems facing us. Grant us the mercy, O Lord, that we shall today also honor Thy name in all we think, do, and say. Almighty God, we pray Thee, bless our land and all its people. This all we pray in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Affirmation. I solemnly affirm that I will be faithful to the Republic of Namibia and its people, and I solemnly promise to uphold and defend the Constitution and laws of the Republic of Namibia to the best of my ability. Thank you. Announcements. Honorable members, this is to formally inform you that Mr. Emmanuel Nehoya has gone on retirement. I saw many of you congratulating him on the WhatsApp group. And Mr. Simon Wirab has assumed responsibilities at the National Assembly, especially here at the table office, substituting or taking the place of Mr. Nehoya. Mr. Wirab has worked with the Assembly in various positions before, including the Human Resources, Committee Services, Office of the Speaker, and also once a Chief Parliamentary Clerk, serving here at the front desk. We wholeheartedly welcome back Mr. Wirab to the National Assembly and wish him all the best as he resumes to execute the duties of the table office. Further, I wish to bring to the attention of the House that the chairperson of the National Council has informed my office that the National Council, in terms of Article 75(2) of the Namibian Constitution, considered and confirmed the appropriation bill without amendments. In accordance with Article 75(3) of the Constitution, the bill has subsequently been referred to Her Excellency the President for consideration under Article 56 and 64 of the Namibian Constitution, and I have noted it has been accepted too, and it was published in the Gazette. So ministries are now free to fully carry out their work because the full allocation under the budget is now at their disposal. Honorable Leader of Official Opposition, when I arrive here late, it's because you guys are not enough in the chamber. It's not because I'm late. Yeah, that's for your noting. Yes, because you say on time for once. I just want to say that I'm usually in there waiting for the numbers to add up. Now, are there any messages from the head of state? Any petitions? Any reports of standing or select committees? Other reports and papers? And notices of questions? Yes, Honorable Mwashindange.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I give notice that on Thursday, the 4th of June 2026, I shall ask the Minister of Finance the following questions. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, recently the government of the Republic of Namibia discontinued old age pension grants for pensioners holding South African identification documents, IDs. Honorable members, these elderly were receiving their grants for many years uninterrupted. In many Namibian households, particularly in rural and low-income communities, elderly citizens are the primary source of stable income through the grants. These grandparents frequently take care of many grandchildren whose parents are largely part of the many unemployed youth who are unable to provide consistently support to their kids. Removing this income therefore risks deepening household poverty, increasing food insecurity, and placing additional strain on the already vulnerable families. Against that background, I now ask, would the Honorable Minister of Finance clarify on what legal basis did the Ministry discontinued old age pension grants for pensioners holding South African IDs, and how many beneficiaries have been affected by this decision? 2, what assessment has the government undertaken to evaluate the socio-economic impact of this decision on affected households, particularly in relation to poverty levels, food security, and the well-being of households and dependents under the care of these pensioners? 3, on what basis did the Ministry of Gender then register these pensioners in the first place with the same South African IDs? And why was the verification not done before discontinuing the grant? The 4th and the last one, what is the Ministry doing to reinstate these elderly citizens back on receiving their grants, and what is the timeline on affecting this? Honorable Speaker, I so submit.
Honorable Mongo.
I hereby give notice that on Thursday, 11 June 2026, I shall ask the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Elijah Ngulare, the following. The recent directive by the Ministry of Urban and Rural Development allowing local authorities to disconnect water and electricity of government ministries exposes a troubling contradiction at the heart of public administration. When a state demands compliance from ordinary citizens while allowing its own institutions to accumulate unpaid utility debts, it is a major concern. If government departments cannot meet basic obligations to municipalities, it raises a serious question about fiscal discipline, accountability, and respect for public resources. This situation reflects not just administrative failure, but a deeper governance crisis, where the state appears to operate outside the very same rules it enforces on its people. I therefore proceed to ask the following questions. How many ministries, agencies, and state-owned enterprises currently have outstanding water and electricity bills to local authorities, and what is the total amount involved? Why are government institutions allowed to accumulate utility debts in the first place while ordinary citizens face immediate disconnections for non-payment? Is this pattern of non-payment a result of budgetary constraints, poor financial management, or a lack of enforcement within government systems? And lastly, how will government ensure that all ministries and agencies comply with payment deadlines going forward? I so submit.
Yes, Honorable Ricardo Roderick.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hereby give notice that on Thursday, the 4th of June 2026, I shall ask the Honorable Minister of Environment, Forest and Tourism the following questions. Honorable Speaker, recent reports and allegations concerning the harvesting, transportation and processing of teak and other indigenous timber species in the Kavango East and Kavango West regions have raised serious concerns among members of the public regarding the sustainability of these activities and compliance with Namibia's forestry and environmental laws. These concerns are important given the ecological significance of indigenous forests and their role in supporting biodiversity, local livelihood and climate resilience. The Forest Act 2001 places a duty on the state to ensure that forest resources are managed and utilized in a sustainable manner, while the forest regulations provide for the control and monitoring of harvest, transport and trade in forest produce. I therefore wish to ask the Honorable Minister the following questions. Number one, has the Ministry investigated reports of illegal teak harvesting and logging activities north of Mururani Gate in the Kavango West region? And what were the findings? Number 2, which companies or individuals have been issued permits to harvest, transport, process or export teak and other indigenous timber species in the Kavango East and Kavango West regions during the past 3 years? 3, how many on-use or debushing permits have been issued or renewed for operations in the Kavango East and Kavango West regions over the past 12 months? Number 4, what monitoring mechanisms are in place to ensure compliance with harvesting permit conditions, including rehabilitation and replanting requirements? Lastly, for the ongoing timber harvesting operations in the Kavango regions, can the Minister confirm if valid environmental clearance certificate based on full environmental
Table the questions. Honorable Bundu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members. I hereby give notice that on Thursday, the 11th of June, 2026, I shall ask the Minister of Agriculture, Water and Fishery, Water and Land Reform, Honorable Nkenesia Inge Zamwani, the following. Honorable Speaker, I rise on a serious concern regarding on the report relocation of agricultural machinery from Mashare and erosion of once functional agro-processing initiatives in the Kavango regions. The development raises fundamental questions about administrative transparency, continuity of public investment in rural development, and whether state resources are being managed in a manner that reflects equal regional benefit, capacity, skills, development, and regional benefit. Agricultural infrastructure funded by the state is intended to strengthen local production, capacity, skill, development, and rural livelihoods. When such assets are relocated or allowed to decline without a clear public justification, its clear perception of imbalance and weakens confidence in the equitable delivery of government services. Question 1. On what legal and administrative basis that the seed processing machine at Mashare relocated, and can the Minister table a written approval including any consultation record with regional authorities? Question 2. Where exactly is the machine allocated, currently deployed? Who is responsible for its operation? And how does its current use benefit the Kavango East and West community? Third question, what is the official status of the Bungu Bungu Dairy project? And what were the technical, financial, or administrative reasons that led to its decline or discontinuance? 4, the last one, what enforceable measures are in place to ensure agricultural infrastructure and development projects are distributed and maintained equitable across all regions, particular rural constituencies such as Mashare? I so submit.
Yes. Honorable Member, may you please table the questions. Yes. Honorable Kalangula.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I hereby give notice that on Thursday, the 11th of June, 2026, I shall ask the Minister of Works and Transport the following questions. Honorable Minister, 2 executives of Transnamib, that of Property and the Human Capital, were suspended on the 13th February 2026, reportedly approved by the Line Minister, following a report by Ernest Young flagging serious irregular conduct and performance bonus payments without performance to show for. 3 months into the decision, the Minister called to reinstate the same investigated, suspended, and highly flagged Transnamib executives. It appears that the recommendation have largely been ignored, raising concern about whether public funds spent on investigation and consultancy reports are yielding meaningful consequences or institutional reform. SOE's executives tend to escape meaningful sanctions, thus raising concerns about institutional protection, political interference, and weak governance oversight. I have to caution herein, with this trend, public enterprises will continue to place a significant burden on the national fiscus while service delivery and operational performance deteriorates. Honorable Minister, based on this background, I ask the following questions. Number one, what are the reasons for the decision to recall the executives? Were the executives cleared of wrongdoing? If so, by whom and on what basis of the Transnami policies? Number two, were any investigations, forensic audits, or disciplinary hearings conducted regarding the reported irregularities in the Properties Department and the payment of performance bonuses? Please provide the findings and recommendations of that report. Number three, has any money relating to the irregular performance bonuses been recovered from the executives concerned? Number four, and finally, how does the ministry intend to ensure accountability, transparency, and public confidence at Transnami if executives suspended for serious misconduct are returned to work before disciplinary action is taken, and more so concerning the minister's continuous board and executive interference? I so submit, Honorable Speaker.
The questions, please. Yes, Honorable Nashingi. Okay. Honorable Haitota. Okay. Well, okay, can I ask that Honorable Nashingi switch off and press again so that you become, yes. So Honorable Haitota, you should also put down and press again. Honorable Kanguru.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and welcome back.
Thank you.
I hereby give notice that on Thursday, the 11th of June 2026, I shall ask the Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs the following question. Eventually, my counterpart. Welcome back, Senior. Honorable Minister, the well-being of our defense personnel is a matter of national importance. Those entrusted with safeguarding our nation deserve not only adequate equipment and training, but also access to quality health care, mental health support, dignified housing, and a strong family support system. The recently tragic death of two members of the Namibian Defense Force brought me to a concern on whether there are mental health support services currently available to save the members of the Namibian Defense Force, and if so, to what effect? On that background, I therefore ask the Honorable Minister the following question. How many qualified psychologists, counselors, and mental health practitioners are currently employed or contracted by the ministry to provide services to the members? Does the ministry conduct routine mental health assessment and the well-being program for soldiers stationed at various bases within our country? What measures are in place to identify, support members who eventually experience depression, trauma, emotional distress, or other mental challenge? Has the ministry conducted assessment regarding the impact of prolonged family separation, deployment, and base confinement based on psychological well-being of the defense personnel? What plan does the ministry have to strengthen mental health awareness campaign and reduce stigma associated with seeking psychological assistance within the military? Finally, can the Honorable Minister commit to table a comprehensive report before this Honorable House on the state of mental health, welfare, housing conditions, and support services available to members of the Defense Force? I so submit, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, table the question, Honorable Member. Yes, Honorable Kandorodu. I must say that I still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 members. We should try to fit within as little time as possible.
I hereby give notice that on the 4th of June this year I shall ask the Minister of Industry, Mines and Energy, Honorable Modestus Zamutse, the following questions. Don't worry, it's not about Vitol. Something else. Honorable Minister, I rise to seek clarity regarding ongoing mining operations in Kombat, Shodanjupa region, in light of Namibia Legal and Regulation Framework governing natural resources extraction and community welfare. Kombat is currently experiencing renewed copper mining activities. However, despite this, the community continue to face poor infrastructure, including deteriorating roads and a complete absence of visible socio-economic reinvestment. Honorable Minister, this situation raises a serious concern regarding compliance with Namibian law, particularly the Mining Prospective and Mining Act of 1992, which governs the granting of mining license and imposes obligations on license holders. The Environmental Management Act of 2007, which requires environmental clearance, impact mitigation and adherence to environmental management plans, and the Local Authority Acts, which mandate coordinated development services, and then Article 95 of Namibian Constitution, which obliges the state to promote the welfare of people, ensuring sustainable utilization of natural resources for the benefit of all the Namibians. I therefore ask the following questions. What specific compliance and monitoring mechanisms are currently being enforced under the Mineral Act to ensure that the mining company operating in Kombat meets its legal obligation, including social and infrastructure related commitments? Can the Minister provide details of the environmental clearance certificates and the approved environmental management plan under the Environmental Management Act, and confirm whether this instrument includes binding provision for community development? What formal agreements of license condition or development commitment exist between the government and the mining operator? Has the ministry conducted any compliance audit or inspection, and if so, what findings were made regarding the visible lack of development and infrastructure deterioration? What step will the ministry take to enforce compliance where there is a clear disconnect between resource extraction and community benefit, as required under Article 95 of the Constitution? I therefore submit.
Yes, you may table the question, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable Brinkman.
Welcome back, and welcome back to the members. This is grace for us to be back home. So I hereby give notice that on the 4th June 2026, I shall pose the following questions to the Honorable Minister of Finance. Honorable Minister, the Public Service Employees Medical Aid Scheme is funded through contributions made by public servants and government, with the objective of ensuring access to affordable healthcare for beneficiaries. However, despite 100% increase in member contributions and the recent removal of the 5% levy, beneficiaries continue to experience significant out-of-pocket expenses when accessing healthcare services and prescribed medications. Concerns have been raised that these additional costs may be attributable to a growing disparity between the tariffs charged by the healthcare providers and the tariffs reimbursed by CMS. At the same time, beneficiaries are often not provided with sufficient information to understand the reasons for claim reductions, shortfalls, or co-payments. Furthermore, Cabinet recently approved revised tariffs for public health facilities to build CMS. It is therefore necessary to establish whether these reforms will improve the affordability of healthcare for beneficiaries or merely affect the reimbursement arrangement between the healthcare providers and the scheme. Therefore, I ask the question. Can the Minister indicate whether the out-of-pocket payments currently experienced by CMS beneficiaries are attributable to a disparity between the tariffs charged by the healthcare and the tariffs that CMS is reimbursing? And if so, what measures are being taken to address this disparity? What measures are currently in place to ensure that beneficiaries are informed of the reasons for their claim reductions and other payments that they have to pay out of their pockets? And will the recently approved tariff adjustments for public health facilities billing CMS reduce the additional costs currently borne by beneficiaries? And if not, what measures are being considered to address this issue? Lastly, given the urgency of the matter, Honorable Minister, I humbly request that you consider delivering a ministerial statement, because we know of the backlog of questions. If I ask this question today, I will receive answer in 2029. So I'm asking the Honorable Minister to give the public clarity at the status of CMS at this point. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. You see, the honorable member has highlighted the dilemma that I'm faced with, about the rule of anticipation, ministerial statements vis-a-vis questions, because we encountered that problem in the past. I'm happy to hear that members are now raising the issue, because when I was ruling, she's vindicating me, because I was saying a ministerial statement to respond to something that was queried should not be ruled out. But that's something that we should consider. Very good, honorable member, that you raised that point. Now, Honorable Hengari.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I hereby give notice that on Thursday, the 11th of June, I shall ask the Minister of Information, Communication and Technology the following. The Honorable Emma Theophilus the following. The Government of Namibia has, through its e-governance policy and subsequent digital government initiatives, committed itself to improving public service delivery, transparency, accountability, and citizen engagement through the effective use of information and communication technology. Central to the achievement of these objectives is the availability of functional, accessible, and regularly updated government websites that serve as key channels for public information and service access. However, persistent concerns regarding non-functioning ministry websites and the prevalence of outdated information across several government digital platforms raise serious questions about the effectiveness of existing governance, monitoring, and maintenance mechanisms. The reliability, Honorable Speaker, and accuracy of government websites are fundamental to ensuring public confidence, facilitating access to services, and advancing Namibia's digital transformation agenda. I therefore ask the following. What strategies exist to monitor and evaluate the functionality, accessibility, and performance of government websites, and how frequently are such assessments undertaken? 2. What approaches exist to ensure that information published on government websites remain accurate, current, and aligned with government standards for public communication and service delivery? 3. Has the ministry undertaken any assessment or audit of government websites to determine the extent of non-functionality, outdated content, or non-compliance with established digital governance standards, and if so, what were these findings? Finally, what interventions are being implemented to address websites that are currently inaccessible or contain outdated information, and what timelines have been set for their remediation? I so submit, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, please table the questions, Honorable Member. Yes, Honorable Lukato. Honorable members, we are almost reaching the limit of the questions. Help me to summarize. I don't want to leave anyone out. It's the first day after coming back. So help me, please. Honorable Lukato.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me greet all of you, Honorable members, leaders of various political parties. Thank you so much for the platform. Today, Tuesday, 2nd June 2026, I hereby give notice that on Thursday, 11th June 2026, I shall ask the Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security, Honorable Lucia Ipumbu, the following question. I commend you for the good leadership, my sister. Yes, it has been observed that members of the Namibian Police Force, NAMPO, and the City Police, particularly within the vicinity of Window, frequently set up roadblocks during the early morning hours, mostly between 06 hours and 10 hours. These are the hours during which school children, university students, public servants, and private sector employees are expected to report to schools, universities, hospitals, and the workplace on time. However, the establishment of roadblocks during these peak hours often causes serious traffic congestion and delays. University students fail to arrive at classes on time. School children are delayed from attending lessons. Public service employees such as nurses and teachers report late for duty, thereby affecting service delivered to the nation. Many private sector employees receive warnings and disciplinary action due to repeated late arrivals at work. Honorable Minister, my relative sister, the first question, did the Honorable Minister issue any directive or instruction to NAMPOL and the city police to conduct the roadblocks, specifically during the morning peak hours between 06 hours and 10 hours? Number two, is the Honorable Minister aware that conducting roadblocks during these hours may negatively impact productive education and service delivery across various sectors of the economy? The last one, considering the importance of efficient service delivery as emphasized in the government development agenda and NDP 6 objectives, why can roadblocks not be conducted during evening hours after most people have knocked out from work? I so submit, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, table the questions, please. Honorable Ampanda, oral. Okay, then put down and press again. Honorable Embula. Honorable Embula? Honorable Embula? Somebody is disturbing Honorable Embula.
Well, I think your amusement, Honorable Speaker, was actually congratulating not only Honorable Karonda, but also the Minister of Health for considering including the definition of what mental health is. Well done. Good afternoon, honorable members. I hereby give notice that on Thursday, the 11th of June 2026, I shall ask the Honorable Minister of Industrialization, Mines and Energy, Honorable Modestus Amtse, on the household electricity consumption costs and the poverty relief measures that privately owned solar plants in Namibia offer, especially within the local authority areas of jurisdiction. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, as a country, our annual domestic demand for electricity supply is said to have stood at 600 megawatts in 2025 and continues to increase by 5% each year. Despite Namibia cited to possess electricity generating capacity of 483 megawatts, a shortfall of 200 megawatts remains to be met. In hindsight, the ECB warned last month, it was the 31st of May 2026, that the country's continuous sourcing of a significant share of its electricity measures or requirements rather from neighboring countries leaves it vulnerable to power supply insecurity and cost. Evidently, reports have it that by end of May 2026, NamPower could only supply 55.4% of the country's electricity needs. The difference was important. This represents an alarming increase in our inability to meet consumption demands here at home, if the National Statistics Agency official statistical analysis is anything to go by. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the cost of electricity can represent a significant portion of household expenditure and has the potential to push households to the brim of poverty, especially in urban areas.
Yes, summarize, otherwise you will.
Right. In urban areas such as Oshakati, Windhoek, Luderitz, Aranos, an ordinary household spends 100 Namibia dollars and receives 39 units of electricity. I therefore ask the Honorable Minister, what is the short to medium term mitigation plan by the Ministry to avoid a sudden shock in the growing electricity supply requirements and consumption tariffs for businesses and ordinary households? Secondly, what are the inherent modalities considered by ECB in the process of issuing private solar plant licenses, such as the recent study to 12 million for the children of the first family that can bring relief to the household?
Yes, Honorable Member Mekulu. Okay. Now, Honorable Member, it was not appropriate for you now to bring in the other names. Yeah? Okay, take your seat first. Take your seat first. Honorable members, okay, please let's not do that. Let's just ask our questions straightforward. Let's also try to summarize, yeah, so that no one is interrupted in the process of asking a question. Now, I think the following MPs are going to ask agent oral questions. That's what the Honorable Nashinge indicated, and the Honorable Haitota is giving notice of a motion. Okay, Honorable Nashinge. Let me first ask Honorable Samukwa, are you asking a question or a written question?
No, it's a motion.
Okay, very good. So Honorable Nashinge, proceed, because Honorable
Thank you very much.
Will also
thank you, Honorable
Speaker.
Welcome back to all of us. Honorable Right Prime Minister, I have an agent oral question to you. The situation of the fuel availability and all that is a concern to all of us as citizens of this country, but it is not right for those that are in charge of the affairs of the state to take advantage of such situation and hide behind emergency procurement to push.
Honorable Member, now, is that a question?
Yes, it's a question.
Yeah, please don't make assumptions.
Yes.
No assumptions are allowed.
No. You know we don't deal with such. So, Honorable Prime Minister, on Friday we were told that the government is now interested in monopolistic tendencies and behaviors, and therefore one company was given business to supply us with fuel for 3 months. But in a competitive and fair environment, we expected at least to be given an indication as to who participated, who gave how much, so that we are able to understand the decision that was taken. Therefore, Honorable Prime Minister, I want to ask you, as the head of government business, to come back to this House with a report of the procurement committee of the Ministry of Mines and Energy, where it is indicated how the process went about, who asked for how much, NAMCOR and others who participated, so that we are put at ease in understanding and appreciating your decision. Otherwise, we are going to have a problem. We are going to have zero confidence in everything that you do. We therefore want you to help us to bring that so that we are good to go and move on with life. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay. Now, Honorable Member, the issue you raised is an important one, but I like to request the Honorable Members to not please put the presiding officer in a difficult situation, because in terms of the rules book, questions is there to request for answers. Yeah, like you ask a question so that you get an answer, but you can't use question papers, question time to ask the Prime Minister to come and table a report which in terms of a law is tabled by another body. Yeah, so that is something which Honorable Nashinge would simply just have asked. No, I'm presiding. So I'm presiding, that's exactly what I'm doing. So practically, I can ask the Honorable Member to, yeah, very good, so that you can sort that one out in a discussion and agree on how to do it. That's not a question. You didn't put a question. You ask the Prime Minister to bring a report. This is agent oral question. So there is no question put to the Prime Minister there, so I can't ask the Prime Minister to answer. Yes, there is no question. Now I give the floor now, Honorable Member. The Honorable Prime Minister is free to bring a ministerial statement or whatever, but here there was no question. There is no question that I'm asking the Prime Minister to answer. Yeah, yes. Honorable Ampanda.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I have urgent oral questions to Minister responsible for health in two respects. Firstly, the first aspect, Minister, we do support efforts to be able to clean up the wastage and what is basically happening in our health system. But what we do not support is solving one problem by creating another problem. Section 16(1) of the Medicines and Related Substances Act provides a framework under which a registrar for medicines can be appointed. We now read that one registrar was removed and another registrar was appointed. Now the section says that subject to the Public Service Act and after consultation with Council, the Minister must appoint a pharmacist to be the registrar of medicines. So that basically means then the exercise of power to appoint the registrar is regulated and linked to the Public Service Act. So in other words, there must be an advert. Namibians must get an opportunity to apply for that position of registrar of medicines. So the first aspect that I want to establish in line with that section, how did the Minister subject the appointment of what we are reading now to this new registrar to the provision of section 16(1) of the Act, in particular subject to the provision of the public sector? That's the first aspect. The second aspect of my question is, we now saw that yesterday there were regulations that were published relating to requirements and conditions for application of approval and provisional approval of education and educational institutions, which is a wonderful development.
Honorable Member, that's an unrelated question. In terms of the rules, you are only allowed to ask one question. I thought that you were asking two aspects of the same issue. But now your first question was about the registrar of medicine. Now you are posing a question on something else other than the appointment.
So I'm indicating, Speaker, I indicated that one, I had two aspects.
Yeah, no, it's
with
not
regards to the exercise of power that are given. These regulations are all made by the Minister. These are two powers that are being exercised.
Okay, but it's not allowed under the rules, Honorable Member. The rules say you ask one question at a time on a day. So your question today is on the registrar, and the Minister will be given an opportunity to answer that question.
Okay.
But I will violate the rules if I allow you to ask another question on an unrelated matter, unless if your second question was like elucidating on the first question that you posed.
Okay. It's a first.
So you can ask it tomorrow.
Tomorrow it will be what? It will be an agent oral question tomorrow.
No, tomorrow you can come even with a notice of a question.
No, it's a. Give me 20 seconds. If it's out of order,
I will set a precedence.
No. I'm saying
it's not time.
You can still rule it out of order. I'm not convinced.
Yeah. Okay. Let me hear what you are saying.
Yes. So, Minister, these particular regulations, with regards to the regulation that I made mention of in the 20 seconds that I have, there's a big problem because these regulations are on front to the NQA Act with regards to accreditation of program and registration of program in the framework. So the Speaker is not allowing me to go in detail so that you are able to understand. So I'm trying to. So there is by those regulations published yesterday, there's a material contradiction now between the Section 3 and Section 13 of the NQA Act and the actual regulation. Was there a consultation between the NQA and the Ministry before these regulations were passed? That's all I need to, because if they were consultation, then maybe it's delegated authority, because I'm really concerned. I don't know whether it will be ruled out
Yes,
of order.
unfortunately, Honorable Ampanda, I can't allow that because that's a second question on a completely different matter that is unrelated to the question you posed. So in terms of the rules, a member may only ask one question for 3 minutes, and then the responsible member has up to 5 minutes to respond. The minister now has the floor to answer the first question.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. Because of the ruling, I will then limit myself to the first question. But the second question is well received and then will be answered also, perhaps on a different platform. Regarding the registrar, so the Medicines and Related Substance Control Act particularly states that the registrar is to be appointed by the minister. And so it is crucial to remember that, firstly, the decision that was taken, was it in consultation with the Public Service Commission and the Council? Yes. Do we have this in writing? Yes. Now, the issue of advertising is not listed or stated within the particular act that you've made reference to. Prior to this, we studied the act in detail, and we went to the extent of requesting a legal opinion, even from the Attorney General, for us to clarify the exact process. This process is not something that started last week. It is a long-standing process, but yes, to answer your question, the necessary consultations did take place, and yes, it is in line with what is stated in the relevant act. Thank you very much.
Is it a follow-up question? Yes, okay.
So, Minister, I'm not clear. The Act doesn't say in consultation. The Act says subject to the Public Service Act. Subject to. So basically the provisions of the Public Service Act must be exercised, not to consult, not to engage, it's subject to. In the same Act, there are powers that the minister is given. And the minister is given those powers, do not have to consult. It's saying subject to means you don't have any other way about. No opinion.
Okay, read it, say the whole provision again.
Subsection, appointment of the Registrar of Medicine, 16.1, subject to the Public Service Act, and after consultation with Council, the minister must appoint a pharmacist to be the Registrar of Medicines. What that basically means that the consultation is with Council. You can consult with Council. But this appointment is subject to the Public Service Act. So in other words, the provisions of the Public Service Act are applicable. So the minister in a response, that's why I'm elucidating a response, she's saying the advert is not referred to in terms of the Act. But the Act says subject to the, in other words, this appointment is subject to the Act as a whole. Yeah? So basically, if we are being told that the Attorney General and whoever misled our minister will be concerned.
Yes.
But as far as this position is concerned, and remember, we support the efforts, Minister. Don't get this mixed. Because there's a lot of people who think that we are here to fight you. It is very important that the appointment is subject to the Public Service Act. Staff rules, many other provisions that are available there. Yeah? So it's not open to say we have consulted, we've written each other's letters. The appointment must be subject to.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll give the floor to the minister to respond. I just want to clarify that the members are to ask supplementary questions in order to get clarity, but not for us to discuss or debate the answer of the minister. So now the minister would respond, and we will hear the response, but if we find something concerning in the way the matter was dealt with, I always advise that there is another process. There are committees, there is a motion, but we can't, no, honorable member, sir, no, I'm talking to Honorable Ampanda, and he's listening very carefully, I see. Please. So what I'm saying is the rules are saying, honorable members, question time is to ask questions, not to debate issues. Now, if you ask a question and the answer revealed that there was something done unprocedural, you have a rule book and we conducted a workshop. Yeah, and if you find that the answer points to something unbecoming, then you invoke the appropriate provisions of the rules to make sure that if there is a need for accountability, that is done. But we cannot use question time to debate issues. So the minister would have an opportunity to answer, please.
Question. So I'll try to answer this as best as I can and as simply as possible. Critically to understand here is that with regards to the appointment of the registrar, it is a secondment. So it is not we are not advertising for a medical officer position. That is the reason why it is a secondment of somebody that is then seconded by the minister into that position. And then if in any case that particular title is then, for lack of a better word, stripped, or if the person is removed from that secondment, it does not mean that the person stops being what their substantive position was. If this person, for example, in this particular case, was in the position, for example, of a pharmacist, by virtue of the removal of that secondment, that does not mean that they stop being a pharmacist. It means that secondment has been removed. The same applies to the previous registrar as well, who was within the ministry, within the Pharmaceuticals Directorate, who was then seconded by the previous minister into the position of registrar. So by virtue of it being a secondment, the rules are different even with regards to the Public Service Commission. And so once that removal has taken place, it does not mean that that person is stripped of their day-to-day rights and employment. It just means that that particular role has been removed and so the secondment has been terminated.
Yes, thank you. Okay, no, honorable members, now we must proceed. No, I hear what the minister is saying. I don't want to, that's why I'm saying this is not a debate. I think it's a matter of choice of words, but because when I try to assist you colleagues, sometimes you say that I take over the responsibility of ministers, but maybe outside of this chamber, the minister can try to explain properly. If I had the Public Service Act, I was going to read in order to get a full context of what Honorable Ampanda is saying. But I would resist the temptation of doing what I want to do, which is to explain, because I will violate the rules. So now what I will do, I will just appeal that there should be that consultation, and if it is found that there is a transgression, please let us follow the other channels. Either a committee, you know, the ED can be called or the minister can be invited or whatever, so that we get to the bottom of this. But, yeah. No, I'm concerned that if we start to give literal meaning to words, you know, and someone doesn't have a context, it can create a different understanding that can create a confusion. Because I have served in a similar situation and I have dealt with similar issues, not at that ministry, and I understand where you are coming from because I have dealt with those kind of queries. And it took an explanation in order for people to understand one another. So I just want to implore that maybe make an attempt to consult at tea break, and maybe we can even consult there at tea break with me, with the minister, so that we can understand. So that if it's just a clarification, that can be dealt with at that time, so that we comply with the rules. Please, let's quickly give the following members, because we only have 3 minutes. Honorable Haitota? It's a motion. Yes, I think it's okay. Now we go to motions. The time is up now. Yes, yes, please proceed. Okay, there is only 3 minutes for a question and an answer. Okay, Your Honorable. I don't know what is happening to the buttons. Maybe we are overusing them. Maybe 1 minute so that the minister can have 2 minutes to answer. Oh, the mic.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to engage, or rather ask the Honorable Minister of Works, Transport, or Works and Transport. You know, it's on the road fatalities. By end of last month, since January this year, we have actually reached 43% of road fatality cases in comparison to the whole of last year. Now, the question to the Honorable Minister is basically the type of intervention mechanisms that the Minister is working on. Because each and every time a family member travels, one becomes very anxious and asks yourself a question whether they will ever reach their destination. It might sound simple, but when it hits home, then you realize that it's not. So, Honorable Minister, what are we doing about this problem? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Honorable, I actually realized that the Honorable Member has asked a question before. That was the second question. And I just like to implore the members to please, we are 100 and something. I will not remember everyone. Please let's note that you have one opportunity to ask one question, Honorable members. And I'm sure the Minister can give that answer over a cup of tea, isn't it? Or you can come, no, you have asked already one question. Oh, okay. Very good, very good. So we are understood. Now let's go, please. Let's proceed to the notices of motions. Honorable members, can you please just assist your presiding officer the first day after the break? Honorable Haitota. Yeah. Let's give the colleagues the opportunity to give notice of their motions.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I here give notice that on Tuesday, 9 June 2026, I shall move that this August Assembly debates the following. The first quarter 2026 Housing Price Index report published by the First National Bank, FNB, indicates that the overall national average house price increased to 1.44 million from 1.42 million during the fourth quarter of 2025. At the same time, the Bank of Namibia reports that around 70% of the population cannot afford housing due to income constraints, with a shocking 75% of the workforce earning less than 5,000 per month. What is even more concerning is that the pace of servicing of land for residential purposes in our local authorities leaves so much to be desired, and this has resulted in a massive housing backlog of more than 300,000 units across the country. Only a mere 4,698 plots were serviced by the government during the 2025-2026 financial year, far below the number needed to meet demand. I therefore move that this Assembly, in line with its inherent constitutional mandate conferred by Article 63(h) of the Constitution, debates recommending to the President to declare the urban housing crisis a national state of emergency in order to facilitate the mass servicing of the urban land and build a minimum 100,000 units. That this motion be adopted by this Assembly in terms of Rule 122(1)(e) of the Standing Rules, Order and Internal Arrangements of the National Assembly. I so move on, Madam Speaker.
Minister is in Cape Town checking houses, which is in his legislation.
Thank you. Honorable Nekundi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I give notice that tomorrow, Wednesday, the 3rd of June 2026, I shall move that this Assembly consider and agree to the Namibia's accession to full membership of the Maritime Organization for Eastern, Southern and Northern Africa, MOESNA. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Please table the motion. Yes, Honorable Ampandas. Yes.
Oh, I didn't know. Oh, Speaker, I move that the motion of the Honorable Minister be referred to the relevant committee upon motivation tomorrow.
Okay, no, that one, that you can only move, Honorable Member, after the motivation. Yeah. Honorable Lukato.
Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, today, Tuesday, 2nd June 2026, I hereby give notice that on Tuesday, 9 June 2026, I shall move that this August House discuss and agrees to table the motion on to enhancing access to affordable housing through state-owned financial institutions. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Honorable Member. Table the motion. Honorable, you may not be greeting the senior members there. You may greet them at tea break. Honorable Samukwa.
Honorable Speaker, I move without notice that leave of absence be granted to Honorable Dr. Emma Kantema for the periods 3 to 4 June 2026 and 9 and 11 June, 9 to 11 June 2026. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member, may please table the motion. Honorable Cooper.
That leave of absence be granted to the following honorable members for the period of 2nd to the 4th of June 2026. Honorable Dr. Charles Mubita, Honorable Derek Klassen, Honorable Sharonis Bush, Honorable Vola Mamtenya, Honorable Sebastian Karupu, Honorable Nono Kachinkisiwa, Honorable Gaudentia Krona. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Member, may please take it. Honorable members, now before we rise for a break, I just would like to remind the honorable members, I heard one of the members saying to me, and I would like to believe that it's a tongue-in-cheek kind of way, because as I said myself, we all have the rule book in front of us. The rules are saying, I think that's rule 74, 76. It says that leave of absence will be granted by the assembly to members on account of so situation, and with the agreement of the chief whip. And that's the part that I underline, with the agreement of the chief whip. And that is why the chief whips generally table these motions, or they delegate their party members to table. But the agreement of the chief whip means the chief whips are monitoring the attendance of their party members. So I am taking it that as the honorable members are asking for leave of absence of their members, they are having in mind also the duties of the chief whips. Yeah, I'm sure that we can find that one of which is to ensure the full attendance of the members and their participation in the deliberations of the House, and ensuring there is a quorum, and ensuring they are well behaved, and so on. I just want to remind the honorable members, so that if one day we don't have a quorum, honorable chief whips, please know that you are the ones that did not ensure the attendance of your members. Now, having said that, we rise for 20 minutes until 16 hours. Okay. We were with notices of motions. Any further notice of motions? None. Ministerial statements. Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, welcome back. I rise today to present a matter of significant national importance, namely the coming into operation of the Financial Institutions and Market Act number 2 of 2021, that is normally known as FIMA, which came into effect on the 1st of May 2026. Honorable Mpanda, why are you running? In 2021, Parliament enacted FIMA together with the Namibia Financial Institutions Supervisory Authority Act of 2021. Following the enactment of FIMA, the government, represented by the Ministry of Finance and ANFISA, embarked on intensive implementation program whereby extensive public consultations were undertaken to discuss more than 150 regulations and standards. The coming into operation of FIMA on 1st May 2026, therefore, represents the culmination of nearly 2 decades of policy development, legislative reform, stakeholder engagement, and institutional preparation. The implementation of FIMA will deliver meaningful benefits across all segments of the society. For consumers, the Act provides stronger protection of their financial interests, particularly for policy holders, pension fund members, and investors. It ensures that financial institutions operate transparently and treat customers fairly, while also improving access to financial services. For the financial sector, FIMA provides greater regulatory clarity and certainty, which is essential for investment, innovation, and long-term planning. It enhances confidence in the integrity of financial markets and supports the development of a more dynamic and competitive financial sector. For the government and the broader economy, FIMA contributes to financial stability, reduces systematic risks, and supports sound economic planning. By strengthening the resilience and efficiency of the financial system, the Act also plays a role in promoting economic growth, job creation, and poverty reduction. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I am aware that one of the matters that had attracted significant public interest during the FIMA reform process related to the proposed regulation that was to deal with the preservation of the retirement fund benefits. In this regard, I wish to assure honorable members and the public that the proposed preservation regulation has not been brought into operation and has been placed on hold pending further refinement and broader stakeholder consultations. I further wish to reassure retirement fund members that the current retirement benefit commutation provisions remain unchanged. The existing provisions under the Income Tax of 1981, including the entitlement to commute up to 1/3 of benefits from pension funds, retirement annuity funds, and preservation funds as a cash lump sum, as well as the entitlement to receive up to 100% of benefits from provident funds as a lump sum. These ones continue to apply. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, before I conclude, I wish to acknowledge the many individuals and institutions whose contributions over the past 18 years made this reform possible. This achievement reflects the collective efforts of former members of Cabinet, former members of Parliament, the National Financial Institutions Supervisory Authority, industry stakeholders, professional bodies, development partners, and the public at large who contributed their expertise, perspectives, and commitment throughout the reform journey. So with this, I want now to say FIMA is now in operation, effective 1st May 2026. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mpanda.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Minister. One of the things that FIMA teaches us is the question that we perhaps need to be able to check whether the laws must be passed with regulation so that the lawmaker also has regulation, or when ministers are gazetting regulation, they must come to the House. Because some of those, the regulations and the act, you pass an act and thinking that everything is okay, then the minister or whoever it is, a technocrat, starts going sad. So that's the first question that we perhaps need to learn from that process. Second, there was a committee that was put in place to advise on that particular regulation that is on hold, and we were told that the report has been completed and submitted to the minister. Is the minister perhaps in a position to share with us that report for study and analysis? I know Minister Shimi is not here. He had removed me from that committee, so we want to see the outcome of that report, because it consisted of many stakeholders, and they must have done a good job. If the minister is in position to do that, there are good things that FEMA does. Yeah, that pension industry, for instance, it's a $3 billion industry, except for GIP of 180 billion. Others, we are also now trying to convince government so that we can have our own pension fund of SOEs and local authorities, so that we can have another second GIPF. So we just want to see that if it can be made available for us.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and the Minister for updating us on FEMA, very important regulation or legal instrument. But I just want to, when it comes to Social Security, which is one of the investment portfolios that we have that collects our money and throw in there, more especially for us, the men, we don't have benefit as such comparing to our counterpart female. Okay, so, but most of the citizens are demanding so that the Social Security have what they call, let's say, employment scheme, where they are inviting community members, unemployed, to come with proposal to be funded fully, not even a loan. However, those that are contributing on monthly basis are not getting anything until maybe is injured at work, which is most likely not to happen, especially when it comes to the administrative nature of work, those that are mostly working in offices. So there is a notion on how can it be redefined even to complement home loans or medical setup, so that because most of the medical capacity cannot cover all the services, so that also Social Security can come in, help us with the home loan, help us with medical services, because they have a lot of investment that is underutilized. Or secondly, will it not be possible to help, rather than giving out money for projects, we have the threshold of people from 18 up to 59 that are unemployed, but they are getting nothing. If he or she is not disabled or orphan or whatever, then on monthly basis there is no income. Why can that social cushion cannot be derived from Social Security, so that at least even 500 or 600 per month for the unemployed, but the moment you get employed, you are automatically registered to Social Security and you are removed from benefit from the social grant.
Yes, Honorable, okay, you just barely made it, but I'm also not quite sure whether your question is directly related to the statement of the minister. Yeah, because that's social security. The minister was talking about FEMA. Yeah, so maybe, Honorable Member, it's an important issue that we are querying, and I know that sometimes it may feel frustrating that the presiding officer doesn't allow the questions to be put, but unfortunately the presiding officer is obliged to comply with the rules. So maybe the Honorable Member can just put that in a question to the Honorable Minister of Justice. Yeah, okay. Then Honorable Ithete.
Thank you, Speaker. And let me use this opportunity to thank the Minister of Finance for finalizing the FEMA Act. And I should also thank her for making sure what the public had, what concerned the public by then was removed from the regulation. While thanking her, I equally want to remind the Minister of Finance that this House has passed resolutions that all regulations, before they are implemented, before they go out there, they must come to this House to be passed by this House. And that was brought specifically by the FEMA Act. It was by the FEMA issue that has challenges and that has led Parliament to take that decision. And that decision, when it was taken, it was not taken only to FEMA alone. Parliament decided all regulations, whenever there is a regulation to be passed, they must first come to the House. Just want to remind the House that we, the 7th Parliament, members of Parliament, we have taken that decision and it was approved by this House. Unless we reverse our own decision, I just submit.
Okay, so now that one, Comrade, Honorable Member, is that a question?
No, just a reminder.
Oh, okay. So now, just honorable members to also just remind us that, and this is the challenge that I face, it's important information you are sharing, but the rules are saying when the minister makes a ministerial question, statement, the members may be given the opportunity to ask questions, to seek clarity, not just to make the comments. But I don't know, Minister, would you like to say something? Because there was also, is there something that you would like to say?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, honorable members who have contributed. The first question by Honorable Ampanda, I think is now responded to by Honorable Ithete, on whether the regulations and acts should be, the draft bills or so should come first here or together or something like that. I believe the response has now been provided by Honorable Ithete that all regulations should first come to Parliament before they are gazetted. The report, oh, you were also one of the members of the committee. Yeah, I saw your name there. Don't worry. I saw your name. Yeah, no, the report is well written. It can be shared. Thank you so much. I have to submit. Thank you, Chair.
In consequential proceedings, then orders of the day. The Secretary would now read the first order of the day.
Resumption of committee stage, mental health bill.
When this assembly adjourned on Thursday, the 30th of April, 2026, the question before the assembly was a motion by the Honorable Minister of Health and Social Services that the bill be read a third time. Does the Honorable Minister of Health and Social Services move that the assembly now goes into committee?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to request, or I would like to request, if it is possible, that we postponed to tomorrow, the 3rd of June 2026. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. It is so proposed that the committee stage of the bill be deferred to tomorrow. Is it agreed? Yes, Honorable Kambale. Any objection?
Yes, yes. I think, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, and welcome back to all the members. Mine is simple. Just want to know, first to get the clarity, to receive clarity on why the postponement, because some of us came prepared as the order paper is set out. So we just get that clarity first before we go into the other matters.
Yes, thank you. Honorable Nashinge.
Mine really also just perhaps a week or two, I think it's a week ago, 2 weeks ago, an unfortunate incident happened in Oshibarongo where a person with mental issues was killed. And I remember very well that we had a conversation on issues such as that when we have this type of people in our society, especially those that are residing in the streets, in terms of this new law now, how are we going to handle them? And it was shut down. Unfortunately, here we are now. Perhaps if there is a room still as part of the finalization, I think there is a need for us to look into it to make sure that these people in our society are carefully handled and to make sure that we have a procedure in place to handle them. Then experiencing another incident where a fellow human being with such a condition is killed like an animal. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Nashinge. That's an important point that you are raising, but the issue that is on the table now is as to whether we should go into committee stage or we should support the minister's request that the committee stage is deferred. So the discussion should only be on that aspect. So is the proposal of the minister agreed to? Yes. Yes. Yeah, no. Before I give the floor to the minister, I have to hear from the other members. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. The rules are saying when the presiding officer has to make a ruling, when an issue is put for decision, yeah, because in order for the House to agree to defer the committee stage, a ruling has to be made by the presiding officer. That's why the presiding officer asks, is there any objection? And then the presiding officer will make a ruling. But the rules say, provided that the presiding officer can, before he or she makes a ruling, allow for other people to make comments. So that's what I'm trying to do now. So before I hear from the minister. So now I have heard from some of the honorable members, and now the honorable minister is the floor.
The reason for the postponement is that it came to my attention that the certified amendments were only made available to all members of parliament today. And so really it is just as a point of courtesy to be able to offer honorable parliamentarians, of course, also an opportunity. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, very good. Agreed to honorable members. Now the secretary will read the second order of the day.
Resumption of debate on second reading, Public Enterprises Governance Amendment Bill.
When this assembly adjourned on Wednesday, the 22nd of April, 2026, the question before the assembly was a motion by the Right Honorable Prime Minister that the bill be read a second time. Honorable Jonas was on the floor, and she now has the opportunity to continue with her contribution. I think she's not here. Yeah? So any further discussions? Who? Oh, okay, Honorable Mshelenga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. I rise to make my contribution. First, let me thank the members that welcomed me back to the August House when I was sworn in here in April. My contribution would be touching on the appointment of board members.
What? Honorable members, what point are you making? Honorable, you can't just speak from a seated position. So you need to have a floor if it's a point of order. If not, you allow the honorable member to finish his intervention and then you ask for the floor. So is it a point of order? Okay, very good. Then Honorable Mshelenga will...
Yes. Yeah, Honorable Speaker, it should be specified somewhere, somehow, with regard to qualification of persons to serve in the board. Because more often, these persons are going to deal with experts. One, the positions that these people are holding in their various workplaces should relatively be should relatively be senior. It doesn't help to appoint junior persons in their respective workplaces to come and serve as board members, because this is one of the reasons why you have problems in companies, because people start comparing themselves, their package, with the package of the CEO and the executives in the companies that they are serving. Two, the question of education, as I said, is very important, except for professionals like accountants, lawyers, medical doctors. It is ideal that board members should have master degrees. I am saying this because this used to be the discussion and general consensus in the cabinet under President Geingob. The reason is you want people that have a good understanding of corporate issues, because board members have fiduciary responsibilities towards shareholders. But in most cases, because board members receive allowances from the companies of which they are board, they think their allegiance is to those companies, whereas their allegiance is actually supposed to be to the shareholders. There should be people that understand very well. I also see that there's a recruitment committee here, and it's very important to monitor this recruitment committee. Maybe we should have some terms, because if you make people to serve so long in the recruitment committee, they become so comfortable and start doing some things that are not supposed to be done in a manner that is transparent and ethical when they recruit board members. I so submit, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Kanyemba.
Good.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to contribute on the Public Enterprise Governance Amendment Bill that is before this House. Honorable Speaker, the Prime Minister says this bill is about efficiency, but let us call it what it is. This bill is about power grabbing. We are taking power away from professional structures and handing it to politicians. It centralizes control of our state-owned enterprises into the hands of the Prime Minister and a handful of ministers.
Thank you, son. Continue.
Do we want our public enterprises run by experts? Do we want them run by politicians? I'm not opposing change for the sake of politics. I'm opposing this change because it weakens our accountability. It also creates confusion and risks turning our critical public enterprises into tools of political convenience rather than engines of national development. Now, let me focus on just 3 areas where this bill fails the Namibians. Honorable Speaker, the bill deletes the definition of minister responsible for public enterprises and gives those powers to the Prime Minister and individual sector ministers. On paper, that sounds reasonable, but in practice, it creates a fragmented system. Let me ask this House, who is responsible when a public enterprise fails? Is it the Prime Minister, or the Finance Minister, or the Sector Minister? Under this bill, accountability is a three-headed monster. The previous structure, however imperfect, had a single point of oversight. This bill erases that and leaves the Namibian taxpayers wondering who to hold accountable. Let's look at what the Prime Minister now controls under the amended Section 4. The Prime Minister now controls appointments, removals, salaries, and even strategic business plans. Meanwhile, the Sector Minister becomes the shareholder representative. Honorable Speaker, boards of public enterprises are meant to provide arm's-length oversight. But under this bill, the board becomes a rubber stamp. When the executive decides who serves, how long they serve, how much they earn, and approves the investment plan beforehand, then what is left for this board to do except signing papers? This bill invites micromanagement from State House and Cabinet officers. That is not good governance. That is political control. Section 21 and the new Section 23 give the relevant minister with the concurrence of the Finance Minister and sometimes the Prime Minister the power to approve dividend policy and any proposed investment. Let me ask this House again. What happened to the commercial judgment of a CEO? What happens to the board's obligations? Business does not wait for cabinet committees. Opportunities move fast. If every investment decision requires 3 political signatures, no public enterprise will move at the speed of the market. Investors want certainty, not a committee of politicians second-guessing every business decision. We lose partners, we will lose opportunities. This bill ties the hands of our best managers in the name of oversight, and in so doing, it struggles our own economic growth. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, we know very well that some public enterprises don't perform at all. We know reform is needed, but the answer is not to strip boards of their power and concentrate everything in the office of the Prime Minister. The answer is capacity building, professional recruitment, and real consequences for poor performances. Not more political appointments and more approval layers. This bill was introduced by the Prime Minister and it hands anonymous new powers to the Prime Minister. That is not a coincidence. That is exactly the point. For these reasons, I cannot support this bill in its current form. We call on the Cabinet to withdraw this bill and bring forward real governance reform that strengthen, not weaken, the independence and effectiveness of our public enterprises. I thank you.
Honorable
is in full support of the Public Enterprise Governance Amendment Bill 2025. This bill presents a necessary and progressive reform aimed at strengthening governance, accountability, and performance within our public enterprises, institutions that are critical to Namibia's economic development and service delivery. Firstly, the bill introduced a clear shift in responsibility and coordination, placing strategic oversight under the Prime Minister, well-empowered line ministries to directly manage enterprise within their respective sectors. This ensures better alignment between national priorities and sector performance, reducing fragmentation and improving efficiency. Secondly, the bill significantly strengthening accountability by performance agreement, monitoring responsibilities and approval processes
for budget investments and dividend policies. It ensures that public enterprise operate within greater discipline, transparency, and financial prudence. Thirdly, the introduction of the structured recruitment process for boards, including defined criteria and oversights, promotes merit-based appointments. This is crucial in ensuring that boards are composed of individuals with the right expertise. Integrate, Pastor, and commitment of drive these entities towards. Furthermore, the provision of the provisions on dividend policies and financial oversights, including the involvement of Minister of Finance, will ensure that public enterprise contribute meaningfully to the national fiscus while remaining sustainable and growth-oriented. Importantly, the bill also enhances cabinet oversight and collective decision-making, ensuring that major transactions, investments, and structural changes made in the best interest of the state and the Namibian people. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, for too long, challenges in governance and underperformance have hindered the full potential of our public enterprises. The bill provides comprehensive framework to correct those shortcomings while also promoting professionalism, accountability, and strategic direction. It is therefore not just a legal amendment. It is a step towards restoring public confidence, improving service delivery, and strengthening our economy. I therefore fully support the bill and urge the honorable members to do the same. I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. It's a good afternoon to all of us. I rise to express my strong support for the Public Enterprises Governance Amendment Bill 2025, a progressive and necessary reform that strengthens accountability, enhances coordination, and reinforces the strategic oversight of the public enterprises in our country. This bill is particularly commendable for clarifying the role of the Prime Minister and the relevant ministers, while empowering the sector ministries to take more direct leadership role over public enterprises, operating within their mandate. This alignment is critical for ensuring that the public enterprises are not only commercial viable, but also developmental oriented and responsive to national priorities. Honorable Speaker, I would like also to give a perspective of the Minister of Agriculture, Fishery, Water and Land Reform. This bill presents an opportunity to drive targeted programs through our public enterprises, ensuring that they contribute meaningfully to the food security, rural development, and economic transformation. Allow me then also to highlight specific programs that this governance framework will strengthen. The first one is agro-processing and value addition program. The public enterprises under our sector must be positioned to support agro-processing initiatives that add value to agricultural produce through improved governance and approval of the strategic business plans. We can also ensure investments are directed towards agro-industrial development, thereby increasing farmer incomes and reducing imports. The second one is Green Scheme Revitalization Program. The bill empowers the relevant minister to improve integrated strategic and financial plans. This will enable us to strengthen oversight of the green scheme, ensuring efficiency, productivity and sustainability in irrigation projects across the country. The third one is Fishery Value Chain Development Program, with a clear authority to improve investment plans and dividend policies. We can ensure that fishery-related public enterprises reinvest in the infrastructure, cold storage and local processing, thereby creating jobs and maximizing the value of the marine resources. The fourth one is Water Infrastructure and Service Delivery Program. The public enterprises in the water sector will benefit from the improved governance and performance monitoring. This will enhance the capacity to deliver reliable water resources and services, particularly in rural and underdeserved communities.
Okay, Honorable Member. Yes, Honorable Member, there is a point as well.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to seek some clarity, of course, through you, but from the member. In the beginning of your contribution, Honorable Member, you mentioned that this particular bill clarifies the functions of the Office of the Prime Minister and the role of the Prime Minister. But I want to find out whether you are familiar with Article 32, particularly sub-Article 3, where the Prime Minister is appointed by the President, but it also further speaks to the assignments that can be given to the Prime Minister by the President. In fact, the particular provision says the President may assign other roles and duties to the Prime Minister. So I really want for you to clarify whether you're familiar with that particular provision, and also how do you reconcile that particular article with what you're just saying now in terms of agriculture, fisheries, and all these projects under enterprises. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Honorable Speaker, thank you, comrades, for your comments. Honorable Member, thank you very much. I'm well aware of that, but there are some limitations still though. Well, towards my conclusion, Honorable Sister, please bear with me. I think you are following. The Youth and the Women Empowerment Program, the strengthened governance framework allow us to embed performance agreements and strategic targets that prioritize the youth and women participation in agriculture, fishery and land reform initiatives. Honorable members, the provision requiring approval of the investment decision, dividend policies and strategic plans ensures that the public enterprises operates in the best interest of the state while maintaining financial discipline and developmental impact. Equally important, pardon me a bit, the phones, the issue of the phones. Okay. While maintaining financial discipline and developmental impact, equally important is the emphasis on the performance monitoring and accountability, which will enhance transparency and public trust. Furthermore, the introduction of the structured processes of the board appointments and governance agreements will improve professionalism and reduce inefficiencies within the public enterprises. Honorable Speaker, this bill is not merely administrative in the nature, it is a transformative instrument.
Honorable members, can you allow the member to make her intervention uninterrupted?
I
It is
wonder
not
if
allowed.
I
It is not allowed to. It is not allowed to taunt members when they are making their contributions, because this is what it amounts to. No. Honorable member, please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. I therefore strongly support this bill and urge honorable member to also adopt and support this bill. I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ihemba.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, the direction in which power is moving in this country is no longer difficult to see. And let us not underestimate our people, who are the Namibians, whether in towns or in the most remote villages. They understand exactly what's happening. There was a time when governors were elected by the people. People felt represented. They could point and say, that is our leader. Today, that has changed. Governors now feel less chosen by the people and more delivered to them without a receipt, I might add. I'm not preempting what is coming, but the signs are already there. Piece by piece, power is being moved away from elected representatives. Today we are asked to place an important sector under the office of the Prime Minister. An office that ultimately answers to who? To the President. While at the same time, there are efforts to place oil and gas under the Presidency itself. Honorable Speaker, when all key decisions begin to gather in one place, we must ask ourselves a simple question. Are we improving coordination or are we concentrating power too much? I am not making accusations. I am raising a concern that many Namibians already have.
Dictators.
Are we strengthening our democracy or are we slowly moving towards a system where power rests in fewer hands? Because if we are not careful, the people may soon feel that decisions are no longer made with them in mind, but for them. And that is a very difficult thing. Honorable Speaker, at the heart of the issue of placing SOEs in office of the Prime Minister lies a fundamental question. Does centralizing oversight in the office of the Prime Minister enhance governance, or does it weaken institutional efficiency, accountability and economic performance? While the intention behind such a move may be to improve coordination and ensure policy alignment, the practical implications raise a serious concern. However, Honorable Speaker, placing enterprises under the office of the Prime Minister risks creating excessive centralization of authority. The office of the Prime Minister is already tasked with broad national coordination responsibility.
Which is struggling.
Adding direct oversight of enterprises, both public and private, places an enormous burden on a single office.
The rules don't prevent the mover to make a point of order. So long as honorable member, please take your seat. Let's hear what point the Prime Minister is making. No, the point of order doesn't say non-moving members don't have the right to make a point of order. Just a point of order. Let us hear whether it's a point of order or not.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm actually building on this point of order on the wisdom of an elder member, Honorable Hengari was also making that. So anyway, my own brother then is saying the SOEs are placed in the office of the Prime Minister. How accurate is that? Can you cite it? Where is it? No, I'm just saying.
You can't make a point of order when another person is making a point
Let
of
him
order.
cite it. Where?
Yeah.
Which section
There
is
is no
it?
one now on the floor.
Which section
No,
is it?
honorable member. Wait, let me advise you. Honorable member, before you start, Honorable Ricardo, just hear me out. A member cannot make a point of order when another member is making a point of order. But you can wait for the PM to finish making his order. No, wait. And you wait for somebody else to be on the floor, because you can't make a point of order when there is no one on the floor. No. What? Okay.
The mic. Camera.
Yes. Maybe the mic is objecting. It's on strike.
Dictatorship already.
Ricardo.
I just want to appeal to you, Honorable Speaker, to be consistent. Because previously you were not allowing the interjection from the mover. So please let the Honorable Member finish speaking. There will be time for the mover to respond.
Honorable member, can I also request you to be consistent with the rules? The rules are saying you may not debate the ruling of the presiding officer.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me continue. Honorable Speaker,
Prime Minister is having power already.
placing enterprises under the office of the Prime Minister risks creating excessive centralization of authority. The office of the Prime Minister is already tasked with broad national coordination responsibilities. Adding direct oversight of enterprises, both public and private, places an enormous burden on a single office. This inevitably leads to decision-making bottlenecks, slower response time on operational matters, reduces flexibility of enterprises to function effectively. Enterprises, by their nature, require agility, commercial independence, and timely decision-making. Centralizing them with a political office undermines these principles. Honorable Speaker, the placement of enterprises under OPM introduces a significant risk of political interference in commercial operations. Decisions that should be guarded by market realities, financial sustainability, technical expertise, may instead be influenced by political considerations, short-term interest, and patronage dynamics. These shifts erodes the professional independence of management and may result in poor investment decisions, misallocation of resources, declining performance of enterprises. Honorable Speaker, effective governance thrives on clear lines of accountability. The enterprises are placed under line ministries. When enterprises are placed under line ministries, there is defined oversight, parliamentary scrutiny, sector-specific accountability. However, under the office of the Prime Minister, oversight becomes diffused and less transparent. It becomes more difficult for Parliament to pinpoint responsibility. There is a risk of reduced reporting discipline. In such an arrangement, failures may be obscured within the broader function of the office of the Prime Minister, weakening democratic oversight. Honorable Speaker, the office of the Prime Minister is not designed to function as an operational manager of enterprises. Its mandate is coordination, policy guidance, and strategic oversight, not day-to-day enterprise management.
Check of all trades.
By expanding its role, the Office of the Prime Minister risks becoming overstretched. Core national coordination functions may suffer. Efficiency across government may decline. We must guard against turning the Office of the Prime Minister into a super ministry which ultimately performs none of its functions effectively.
Like the current one.
Honorable Speaker, including shared ownership companies such as NAMDEP, within this arrangement raises additional concerns. The private sector operates on predictability, regulatory certainty, freedom from undue political influence. Placing these entities under a central political office may create perceptions of state overreached, discourage investment, undermine confidence in the business environment. A thriving private sector requires clear, consistent, and depolitized regulatory frameworks, not centralized political control. Honorable Speaker, global experience demonstrates that successful management of state-owned enterprise often involves independent oversight bodies, strong corporate governance frameworks, clear separate between politics and enterprise management. Countries that have blurred this line have often faced corruption, inefficiency, fiscal burden on the state. We must learn from this experience rather than repeat them. Honorable Speaker, instead of centralizing enterprises under the OPM, we should focus on strengthening existing governance frameworks, enhancing transparency and reporting mechanism, ensuring professionalism, merit-based appointments, reinforcing the role of parliamentary oversight. Where coordination is needed, it can be achieved through policy alignment mechanism, not structural oversight centralization. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, while the intention to improve governance may be well-meaning, the placement of these enterprises under the Office of the Prime Minister presents more risks than benefits. It threatens efficiency, accountability, investor confidence, and institutional balance. We must resist the temptation to concentrate power at the center and instead build strong, independent, and accountable institutions. I therefore submit that this approach be reconsidered in favor of a governance model that promotes transparency, efficiency, and sustainable economic growth. I shall submit.
Honorable Brinkman.
Honorable Speaker, I want to postpone the debate to next week Tuesday for my contribution.
Oh, okay, there is someone else that is asking for the floor. Maybe let's first hear. Okay. Oh, okay, so is there any objection to the deferment? Or up to when?
Next week Tuesday.
Next week Tuesday. Any objection to next week? To next week Tuesday.
Oh, thank you, Chair.
Yes, okay, then Honorable Nekundi, you have the floor. Tomorrow. Okay, so you propose to the debate to tomorrow. Okay, he's saying he never spoke.
These members, they always dream about it. They dream about me.
Okay.
But they must stop dreaming. You are many man. How can you dream about another man? These are many.
He never spoke. The front desk has confirmed he never spoke. So the debate is adjourned until tomorrow. The secretary could read the third order of the day.
Resumption of debate on second reading, land bill.
when this assembly adjourned on Thursday, 6th of November 2025, the question before the assembly was a motion by Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Land Reform that the bill be read a second time. Honorable Hangula adjourned the debate and he now has the floor.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, welcome back. You see, in its introduction, this land bill opens a truth that we all know, but too few of us act on. Namibia's land question is not an administrative inconvenience, but a historic injustice that subsequent regimes have been sitting on since we attained independence. The law can speak the language of justice, but still deliver the mechanics of Mickey Mouse games. We therefore judge this bill by one standard. Will it deliver land and dignity to the historically and systematically disadvantaged Namibians in our lifetime? The young people who voted for AR support any law that genuinely advances redistribution, land tenure security, economic productivity and fairness. But we will not vote for a bill that concentrates power in the executive, reserves loopholes for foreign land control, and leaves the urban land crisis outside the reform framework. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, in its current form, the bill has three key structural weaknesses, and these are that it excludes the places where the land crisis has become a humanitarian crisis, which is urban land, unserviced land, informal settlements, and the delivery of housing. Number two, it places excessive discretion in the minister, then calls it administration. And number three, it claims to ban local foreign land ownership, but reopens the door through renewable occupation rights and weak control mechanisms. Urban land is excluded, and that is where the crisis really lives. The land bill neglects land in local authorities and settlement areas. That means the law excludes the spaces where Namibians experience the land question, such as homelessness, overcrowding, shack fires, and backyard renting in places like Windhoek, Walvis Bay, Oshakati, Rundu, or Shwarongo, and it's expanding informal settlements. A purported reform law that does not directly reform urban land governance will not touch the majority's daily struggle. I therefore propose the following amendments to address the urban land question. The Namibian people and land activists, through a petition delivered to the National Assembly on 23 March 2019, proposed a ban on foreign land ownership of urban land, including residential and service or unserviced plots, and restricts new acquisition with constitutionally compliant procedures and clear, transparent rules. I propose introducing an anti-speculating framework that imposes a levy or tax on vacant or idle unserviced land and progressive property holding limits, requiring strict accounting and records of all urban land owned for capitalist processes. Additionally, we create an absentee landlord category in urban areas linked to higher levies and acquisition for public housing, for land held idle or used for exploitative rental purposes. Finally, we should ring-fence service land allocations for first-time home owners and low-income applicants with transparent criteria and allocation lists that are periodically published. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, land is for living and not for flipping like pieces of kapana at single quarters. A piece of land is not a share certificate for capitalists, but a human right for the masses. Fellow Namibians, the bill speaks of transparent administration and accountability, but then it empowers the minister to exclude any land from the application of the Act by notice in Gazette. Honorable Speaker, this is an exploitative backdoor. It makes land reform optional and invites selective exclusions. In the interest of accountability and transparency, we must get rid of the clause allowing the minister to exclude land from the Act by Gazette notice and replace it with a requirement that any exclusion must be approved by Parliament through a resolution after public notice, openly published reasons, and an objection process. In communal land governance, ministerial appointment power also raises the risk of politicization. Land committees and boards must not become instruments of party-aligned control or patronage in local land disputes. The executive may coordinate policy, but it should not appoint referees in the boxing matches. The minister cannot be the player, referee, and the scoreboard in the same match. To make the Land Act work for all of us, I propose that we designate land committees as community representatives, which are selected through transparent community processes with clear eligibility and disqualification rules. We must require public registers of decisions and reasons with enforceable timelines for decisions and appeals. We must also introduce mandatory conflict of interest declarations and disqualify anyone who has a direct interest in land allocations under consideration. Honorable members, traditional authorities, their custody and weak checks create a gatekeeping economy. The bill provides that communal land is vested in the state, held in trust, and then goes on to introduce the language of custody by traditional authorities. Customary legitimacy is relevant, yes, but custodianship language can easily result in veto power, rent-seeking, political punishment when poor people have no affordable access to courts. The recent tragic case in the Oshkoto region is a case in point. The bill does well to prohibit consideration for the allocation of customary land rights. That is a direct blow against bribery and extortion, but we must match that prohibition with concrete enforcement and transparent records. Otherwise, corruption will simply take on a different form. Honorable members, I propose amendments to prevent abuse by traditional leaders while respecting customary rights. That's very important. We must replace vague custodianship language with defined functions such as verification of customs, standard mediation frameworks, and community consultation, rather than just gatekeeping control by traditional leaders. The traditional land tribunals must be required to keep a register of written reasons for allocations and refusals, and to record every decision in a public register openly accessible to community members. We must create offenses and sanctions for corruption, gatekeeping, extortion, and discriminatory allocation, including disqualification from land administration roles. Honorable Speaker, we must ban foreign ownership of land ownership in the communal areas. Ladies and gentlemen, we must fully support the policy that foreigners must not own Namibian land. However, the bill prohibits foreign acquisition of commercial agricultural land and then creates a pathway for renewable occupation rights approved by the executive. A renewable occupation right, if it can be extended indefinitely, essentially becomes ownership in an economic sense. I therefore insist that we set a maximum duration for any foreign occupation right in the Act itself, rather than leave it to the future regulations, and that we strictly cap any renewals. It must also be required that parliamentary reporting and affirmative approval be obtained for any foreign occupation beyond a defined threshold, such as 25 or 99 years. It must be a requirement that we publish all foreign land occupation approvals and key conditions, such as beneficial ownership, the duration of the allocation, local participation, partnerships, training, and understudies to be provided, and community benefits. Honorable members, we must expand the foreign control mechanisms to include beneficial ownership and effective control, such as proxies acting in concert, voting arrangements in juristic persons, or any other side agreements. We must not be limited to formal shareholding. The logic here is that if foreigners cannot own land, they cannot control land indefinitely through paperwork. Fellow Namibians, we must be very careful and proactive in our efforts to stop middleman capture without killing community investment. We must address the real communal land loophole. Namibians may hold rights on paper while foreigners capture value through sublease or unequal partnership agreements. We must regulate subleasing and effective control transfers. We can achieve this by prohibiting subleasing or ceding control to foreign nationals unless structured as a majority Namibian controlled partnership with a published community benefit plan. We must also require communal land boards to review and register all such arrangements with tribunal review available for affected community members, and we must ban nominee structures and impose value-based penalties, cancellation of rights, and director liability where juristic persons are used to fund for foreign control. We must reject this middleman Namibia where the poor people hold the paper, but foreigners hold the profit and the land. Honorable Speaker, we must stop the hoarding of land by absentee landlords and underutilized land and enforce productive and social use of our precious means of capital. Land reform must confront hoarding. Idle land and absentee landlordism translate into hunger, unemployment, and a lack of housing, which in turn leads to a loss of dignity for our people. We must define absentee landlordism clearly and make it a trigger for classification as underutilized and for targeted expropriation without compensation where applicable and justifiable. When land is hoarded, this is a stolen opportunity for our people. I therefore propose amendments on absentee landlordism and anti-hoarding mechanisms. We must clearly define absentee landlordism for both commercial agricultural land and unserviced urban land and treat it as a relevant factor in acquiring and in acquisition and land tax policy. We must use land tax as a behavioral tool to implement progressive rates on multiple holdings, idle land, and speculative holding tendencies. We must further link tax relief and exemptions to compliance with productive use, favorable labor standards, and development effective timeframes. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, if we want reform that survives constitutional scrutiny and delivers quickly, we must strengthen the land bill with legal discipline. We must explicitly anchor limitations and appropriations provided for under Article 16, which deals with property, 22, which deals with limitations, and 23, which deals with affirmative action to avoid ambiguity. We must also insert mandatory timelines for decisions by boards, committees, and the minister. Delays are where people experiencing poverty stand to lose the most. I further propose that we create open land data that includes published registers of allocations, cancellations, exemptions, foreign occupation, approvals, and board decisions. These will strengthen anti-corruption clauses, result in value-based penalties, and where appropriate, forfeiture, and disqualify repeat offenders from holding land rights. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, and fellow Namibians, the objective of this bill are correct, but the design of the power is wrong. A bill that excludes urban land excludes people experiencing homelessness. A bill that lets the minister exempt land by gazette makes land reform optional. A bill that bans foreign ownership but allows foreign occupation of renewable assets creates a foreign control by another name. A bill that grants custodianship without strong checks invites gatekeeping, cronyism, and corruption. We stand ready to support a bill that truly delivers land, housing, and dignity to the dejected masses of Namibian people, but only if this House chooses justice over convenience and rights over discretion and transparency and transparent land delivery over elite capture. I so submit.
Honorable Mulunga.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I, as the Shadow Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Land Reform, am delighted to contribute to this very important bill under discussion in this honorable House. To the Namibian people, land is a potential symbol of national pride and sovereignty, embodying the triumphs of the Namibian people's journey towards self-determination. In this sense, its ownership carries political significance tied to questions of equity, restitution, and the right to define one's future. The bill could not have come at any better time, as the Namibian people are seeking for a comprehensive legislative proposal that seeks to address the historic land imbalances and to promote equitable access to land. In doing so, it is indeed within our mandate as parliamentarians to ensure that we deliver a piece of legislation that fully addresses the plight of the Namibian people, particularly those who are landless after 35 years of gaining our independence. I am happy to note that the bill's provisions are intended to be implemented within the frameworks of the Namibian Constitution, particularly Article 16(1), which guarantees the right to acquire, own, and dispose of all property. 2, where the state or a competent body or organ authorized by the law may expropriate in the public interest to the payment of just compensation, and Article 100, which vests all the land in the state unless otherwise lawfully owned. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the bill introduces a number of positive changes to existing laws. In communal areas, procedures to appeal against decisions by traditional authorities and land boards have been clarified. However, whether aggrieved parties can access the proposed process remains to be seen. A significant departure from existing legislation is that the Land Bill provides more detail on the content of customary land rights and the modalities of where customary land rights apply, recognizing local customary allocation and management practices appear to be a big step forward from the previous one-size-fits-all legislation. While the bill improves the accountability of traditional authorities in general, it does not go as far as to enforce accountability by the traditional authorities towards their subjects. This is particularly important where large tracts of land are allocated for big agricultural projects. Legal mechanisms need to be put in place to include local populations in the decision-making process and to ensure that they will benefit as well. Section 6 in the bill, which speaks to the traditional authorities failing to nominate a person for the appointment to the land boards following the request of the minister, reverts back to the minister to appoint a member of the board. Such a provision, honorable members, grants the minister too much powers and can open a Pandora box for the minister to appoint his or her friends or grant political favor to his or her party members. I am therefore of the strong opinion that the members of the community concerned should be allowed to vote for their own representative to the board in an event that the traditional authority fails to appoint a suitable member. I indeed welcome the establishment of the Communal Land Board or the Communal Land Fund, which seeks to promote development and productivity in communal areas. It is therefore of paramount importance that this House appropriates sufficient budget towards this fund. Appeals tribunals, as provided for in the bill, has widened the jurisdiction of the Lands Tribunal to adjudicate upon all land-related disputes and matters. Therefore, there is no need for the minister to appoint an appeals tribunal mentioned in section 57. While this is a good decision in principle, access to land tribunal may provide or may prove to be a major issue for many small-scale farmers in the non-freehold and freehold areas, particularly in view of the fact that the appeals have to be made within a prescribed period of time. The bill makes provision for the exercise of the Land Acquisition and the Development Fund, which amongst others caters for the acquisition of commercial agricultural land. To date, the government has spent millions under this fund for the purpose of acquiring resettlement farms. However, the fund does not make any provisions for monitoring and evaluation of resettled farmers or land audits The absence of historic data excavates the bill's inherent policy risk of potential promise of equity built on new policies that merely redistributes idleness or favor specific groups. It is therefore imperative that the Development Fund makes provision for land audits to determine if resettlement farms are being productively used, and if found not to be fully utilized, should be further, or the farmers should further be capacitated with equipments and financial resources in order to make them productive. The bill makes provision for the expropriation of land with just compensation. This is well in line with Article 16, subsection 2 of the Namibian Constitution. I am therefore in full support, as I believe that expropriation of land with just compensation will help us fast-track the slow pace at which the resettlement program has taken place. The bill further directs that any land acquired under this Act can be subdivided into smaller holdings for allotment to peasants for the purpose of small-scale farming. However, such subdivisions over the past years have accommodated very few number of small-scale farmers. Michael Lipton, an English development study and economist specializing in land reform-related studies on rural poverty in developing countries, including issues of land reform, looked at land size and productivity, where he argues that efficient and equitable small holding farms of less than 5 hectares with adequate support are the most efficient and equitable for sub-Saharan Africa. He also points out that the replication of foreign models must be context-specific. Collective state farms generally fail. Redistribution should favor local, active farmers, not create ethnic divisions. Access to essential inputs such as water, credit, markets, plus anti-corruption measures should be put in place in order for small-scale farmers to thrive. It is therefore of utmost importance that considerations be made to subdivide commercial farms into smaller units of between 5 to 20 hectares for the purpose of resettling mostly women and youth on intensive farming units using latest technologies. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I have noticed that the bill reflects a colonial legacy control style, where you have communal land on one side that belongs to the state, while on the other, commercial land controlled in a modern capitalist exploitation fashion. One wonders why we have two different systems in the same democratic country. The persistence of unequal land ownership, shaped by both feudal dispossession and capitalist commodification, continues to be one of the most pressing socio-economic issues in this country. We therefore eventually need to align and harmonize our land policy into one system that benefits all Namibian people equally. I therefore wish to highlight a complete prohibition by foreign nationals may reduce direct investment in crucial sectors such as tourism, commercial farming, and property development, as investors will hardly invest their resources in land if their rights to it is not secured. I therefore implore that this House looks at the land bill to address the concerns raised by the investors. In conclusion, the land bill is a symbol of solution to addressing the long-standing issue of land ownership, distribution, and reform rooted in the country's colonial past. Land ownership is not only seen as a means of livelihood, particularly for those involved in agriculture, but also a source of dignity, identity, and empowerment. Honorable members, this bill must serve as a beacon of hope for the Namibian people. I so submit.
Honorable Kumbwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and welcome back all honorable members of this House. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, fellow Namibians, I rise to contribute to this very crucial land bill before this House today. At the onset, I wish to express my appreciation to the Honorable Minister, still the Minister and indeed a mother of compassion, for tabling this long-awaited land bill. Honorable Minister, it is your time. Please proceed, but allow constructive input from this House. Honorable Speaker, Africa in general and Namibia in particular is unique because of its abundant natural resources. This uniqueness makes our country attractive to foreign nationals who desire to either reside in Namibia or gain access to our resources in one way or another. The primary natural resource I refer to is land, including everything found on its surface, beneath it, and under our waters. Land is not merely property, land is dignity and identity. It is the foundation of nation and national stability. Land is life, and it must never be compromised. For Black Africans and Namibians in particular, land represents tradition, clans and totems, customs, culture, religion, taboos, and belief systems that have existed long before colonialism. This diversity existed before slavery and was violently disrupted during colonialism. Honorable Speaker, while Namibia is part of multicultural global community and bound by international agreements through diplomacy, these agreements must never override our African identity. Who we were, who we are, and who we must remain for future generations. On this land, we find indigenous medical herbs, sacred sites that preserve our cultural and spiritual heritage, grazing areas, underground water sources, and natural fruits that still require value addition to promote authentic African economic model. Our minerals, too, are found on this very land. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, investing excessive power in the executive, particularly the minister and the committees, risk promoting neocolonialism and unchecked capitalism. This will deepen the triple challenge of multidimensional poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Such an approach risks undermining Article 1 of the Namibian Constitution, which guarantees Namibia's sovereignty and may amount to constitutional violation. The 2018 National Land Conference, Resolution 11 out of 40, clearly resolved, and I quote, "The status quo of communal land allocation and administration by traditional authorities and land boards must be upheld, and government should continue rendering support to enhance effective land rights in communal areas." End of quote. Honorable Speaker, Section 25
and Section 26 of this bill allocate excessive authority to the executive at the expense of traditional authorities in communal land administration. This approach is not correct and contradicts the spirit of 2018 National Land Conference. Furthermore, Section 44, Clause 3 of the Communal Land Reform Act of 2002, as amended by Act number 13 of 2013, clearly states, and I quote, "If any fence is found on communal land in contravention of subsection 1, the chief or traditional authority or the land board concerned may cause such fence to be removed and may dispose of the material used for the erection of such fence." End of quote. In this regard, I am of the opinion that Section 23, 1b and subsection 2 of the bill should not form part of this legislation, as they favor current occupants who may have illegally acquired communal land. This is particularly evident in regions such as Kavango East, Kavango West, Ohangwena, and Zambezi, although similar challenges exist elsewhere in Namibia. Furthermore, Honorable Speaker, Section 40 of this bill also fails to clearly define the duration of and conditions of leasehold tenure between Namibians and non-Namibians. This ambiguity must be corrected to protect national interests. Disregarding traditional authorities is equivalent to modern-day colonialism and will erode our identity as Black African Namibians. Traditional leaders live permanently among their people and serve for life, unlike ministers who serve limited political terms. Concentrating land administration power in the executive may lead to the following. 1. Increased bribery and corruption in land allocation. 2. Erosion of dignity and authority of traditional authorities. 3. Widening inequality between the elite and the poor. 4. Advancement of foreign-driven capitalism at the expense of local communities is possible. Honorable Speaker, we need peace, not turmoil, in the administration of communal land. Parliament must therefore not pass a law that undermines or disregards the critical role of traditional authorities. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, land is our tradition, our culture, our dignity, our hope and right. We will never prosper our offspring, and we will never truly own our land if we fail to recognize, uphold, and respect our traditional authorities, known as Litunga and Mulena in Zambezi, Fumu, Homba in Kavango, Omukwanilwa, Ohamba in the northern region, Mombara in the central and eastern regions, and Kaptain and Gao in the south. We must not compromise with them. These leaders are our custodians and fire bearers of our nation. They deserve full recognition and authority in the allocation and management of communal land. So this bill must consider many things, especially the cry from our traditional authorities. In its current form, likely to say that I may not support for now. I shall submit.
Yes. Honorable Ampanda.
Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on a point of procedure, and I just want to preface my point of procedure because we might be in trouble. One, we always hear this misinterpretation that says Article 100 says all land shall belong to the state unless lawfully owned. The assumption is that there's land where that is not lawfully owned anyway. It's not such a thing. There was nothing in Namibia land that is not lawfully owned. But Article 66 says that customary law and common law would remain in force on equal footing. So if you are saying that customary law that was applicable since time immemorial remain in force in terms of Article 66, that basically means that there's no land that is not lawfully owned. Now, why am I saying we have a problem? It's unfortunate that the minister is not here. Speaker, there is a law that is called Council of Traditional Leaders Act, number 13 of 1997. I'm going to move very slowly, Speaker, so that you can understand the problem. Section 15(1) of that act says the following. Any legislation pertaining to communal land shall be laid before the council for its consideration and recommendation before it is introduced in the National Assembly. I'll read it again. Section 15(1) of the Council of Traditional Leaders Act, 13 of 1997. Any draft legislation pertaining to communal land shall be laid before the council. Council means the Council of Traditional Leaders, for its consideration and recommendation. Now, what in? No, laid. The law means laid. It's not consultation. You must lay it before the council. Now, then subsection 2 says, any comment. Gee. Ministers, what's wrong? Speaker?
Yeah, no, I hear.
Yes. So, fine. No, I rose on the point of procedure. You will always speak if you want to speak. Now, Speaker, section 15(2) says, any comment or recommendation which council may wish to make in relation to any bill laid before it in terms of subsection 1 shall be submitted by council to the minister within 90 days after the referral of such bill to council, or such extended period as the minister may approve, failing which the introduction of the bill in the National Assembly may be proceeded with. So in other words, the Act presupposes two scenarios. One, you must lay it on the table. Read. You must lay it on the table of council. Once it's laid on the table, council must do two things. It must consider it and it must make recommendation. If council does not consider and make recommendation within 90 days, the National Assembly can proceed without their recommendation. Now, does this provision qualify as far as the Land Act is, the Land Bill is concerned? The entire chapter 2 of the bill is on communal land. Part 1, part 2, part 3, all on communal land. That's why I'm saying we are sitting with a problem. It is not consultation. So this bill is very, very important. It's very important. In fact, it's the most important bill that is on the table, not the petroleum thing that we're trying to do. This is a very important bill. Now, if we proceed in a manner procedurally that is outside the provision of the law, all these wonderful contributions that have been made by everyone would have been gone to waste. So in conclusion, Speaker, on the point of procedure is that one, it must be confirmed to us here that this bill was laid before the Council of Traditional Leaders in terms of Section 15. That evidence must be produced to us. 2, we must receive the comments and recommendation in terms of subsection 2. What is the Council saying? So that we are able to get that. And if Council have been given, if they've been laid upon Council and they fail to do that within 90 days, then we can be comfortable, Speaker, in proceeding, because we will then be invoking Section 15(2) of the Act, because they were given an opportunity, they didn't do that. Now we are sitting with this whole problem. People are saying traditional leaders have not been consulted, and we are reading that in the media. I wasn't too concerned because I was alive to the fact that there is that provision, just to realize that it may actually be that it has not been laid before Council for them to consider and for them to make recommendation before the House. Why I'm raising is a very important thing, because 90 days, that means 3 months. People are accusing each other of delaying the bill. What is the purpose of rushing, and the bill would have been declared that the National Assembly acted unlawfully? It may not be happening in Namibia, but in other jurisdictions we see the courts that make ruling that the National Assembly, in familiar jurisdiction where we visit, the National Assembly has been found wanting. We don't want to have a situation on an important bill. Maybe we can take chances with the petroleum and other things, but the land bill, we must not take chances. Let's make sure that we do it rightly, Speaker, and if there is an omission, I mean, we are all human beings, mistakes can be made. If there's a mistake, can we quickly rectify that? Can we ask the minister responsible to convene a meeting of the Council, and then they consider that? And once that's considered, we get the evidence in terms of, there will obviously be minutes and records. We're not saying meeting over coffee. It mustn't becoming a government of coffee. The law is very clear, and we must move together in unison in support of this bill. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, thank you. Honorable Ampanta, my take of it is this. What you cited is not a provision of the rules and order. Standing rule. No, wait, both of you. You see, the responsibility of the presiding officer is to enforce the standing rules and orders of the National Assembly, adopted by the National Assembly, in terms of the Constitution for the conduct of the proceedings of the House. Yeah, for the conduct of the proceedings. Now, that's where the presiding officer ends. Now, the matters will now be brought to the members of the Assembly, and the members would scrutinize all aspects of the issues that are brought. And that would include the proposals in the items that are brought, which would now be the substantive matters that are contained in the bill, and the modalities, for crafting those proposals that are brought before the Assembly for considerations. So in other words, what I'm saying is, that's a substantive issue that you are raising, but that is an issue that has to be dealt with by the House and not by the presiding officer as per ruling, because I can't rule on how ministers conduct themselves out of the House. I can only rule on how members are conducting themselves in the House. So that should be part of your contribution, in my view. If you are still to contribute to the bill, you can raise that as part of the issues that you raise, and then the Assembly would consider, when now they have to consider whether to approve the bill or to send the bill back or to send it to a committee, they can then consider that, and then the minister would also be able to respond to it. But it will not be possible for me to consider it as an issue of the rule, where I can say, no, this bill cannot be admitted into the Assembly for discussion because the minister did not, outside of the Assembly, act in this way, because the scope of the mandate of the presiding officer does not extend to beyond what happens outside of the House. Yeah? That's really my interpretation of it. And therefore, that means if you have not yet contributed, when you take the floor, you can raise that issue. And then Parliament can decide if you are correct indeed in what you are saying. Parliament can decide to say, no, we are not going to approve this bill, and the minister is asked to take the bill back and comply with that provision. That's my take of it. Yes, let Honorable Ampanda first come with this.
Yeah, so I understand the predicament that you are in as a presiding officer. My fear is just that it basically means then, let's not just look at the bill. Let's also look at motion and other things. It means then that anything can come in for as long as it's the presiding officer will just do. But I understand the predicament that you are in. My view, I'm qualifying that this is a very important bill. I don't think the solution would just be, I don't even think we must go and risk an important bill for us just to later to say that we are not approving it. I was raising the procedural matter in terms of, if we are together really, that this act, I didn't pass this law, it was passed in 1997, I was what? Looking for a girlfriend in primary school. So I'm raising this issue really to say, if we find each other that there is a procedural defect, I know you are throwing it back to us as the assembly that, look, if you people did not do your job, I mean, we saw also with the registrar things, and so it has nothing to do with the presiding officer. So maybe the question must be thrown to the leader of government business. But I do accept, I'm not saying, I'm not holding you responsible as a presiding officer over the conduct of ministers. But I think this is an issue that I don't think we can debate and agree. It's to verify. If we verify what is the solution, special sitting of council, and then we put up because it's not just us, Speaker. Remember, we are banning ownership of land by foreigners, and we have 2.5 million hectares of our land that is owned by a foreign and absentee landlord. The moment we pass this bill, they are the first one that are going to say that this bill is not passed lawfully. So that's the context in which maybe we can yes, we can throw it back to the leader of government business, and we see what is the best possible way. The idea is really to save the bill. It's not to say it will be irresponsible to let it go back. No. What do we see it as a problem? If it's a problem, how do we cure it?
Yes, no, thank you. I hear what you are saying. I'm just saying that we can use whatever mechanisms that are available, but it's for the House. That is why the rules even make a provision for objecting to items that are presented. So it was possible for a member, for example, when the minister gives notice, before they motivate, usually the presiding officer say any objection. So any person could actually have said, we have an objection, or the matter could have been taken up with amongst the chief whips, or the matter can be taken up with the leader of government business. I'm just saying, without dismissing the concern, that this is not something that the presiding officer can rule on without a proposal coming from the House to say we either object so that I can say the House must divide, or we refer the matter to a committee so that the committee considers the matter and bring a proposal to Parliament. Because when a matter is referred to a committee, the committee doesn't even have to go for hearing. They can actually sit and study and say procedurally there is a problem, and therefore they come to Parliament and make a recommendation. So I want to suggest that maybe that should be something that is taken up either among the chief whip or the chief whips and the leader of government business, so that we can see how we proceed with it. Unfortunately, I can't make a ruling on that one. And that now takes us beyond the knock-off time. I saw somebody wanted to speak on this side, but then it means we rise under automatic. You can consult after this. Now it's past time. According to the rules, the presiding officer must interrupt whatever was going on when it's knock-off time, unless if we were concluding, which we were now. So now we rise on automatic adjournment until tomorrow at 14 hours.